Welcome in, guys. Hi, Deborah. Hi, Justin. Hi, James. Hi, Eric. Hi, Rich. Hi, April. Hi, Natalie. Hi, Jersey Chick. Hey, What Will Be. Hi, Narwhal. Hey, Tater Tot. Hi, Laura. Hey, Robin. Hi, Lady Rose. Hey, Heather. Hi, Luigi. Hi, Nidobra. Hi, Justin. Hi, Robert. Hi, Rachel. Hi, Catherine. Welcome in, guys. If you could do me a big favor. Hi, What Will Be. Hi, Morning. Can you guys hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner? Hi, Margaret. And there is a yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts my live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow our beautiful porch. Also, sharing to your stories, with it, which is like the little twinkle star, and sharing with your friends in the messages all helps. And tapping, thank you so much. Once we get to 10K, they do the first push out. They will push us out, so thank you. Yams everywhere. Hi, Scrolla. Oh, I'm glad you caught the Witchy Wednesday. I'm so glad, Morning. Yeah, I was out. I live near a pretty significant Underground Railroad site, so I like to go and show people the sites around there and teach them a little bit about the history and the significance of it. Yeah, there you go. You get it. You're the real as if I hold my breath. I actually say that a lot in my head for no reason. It really isn't. It really isn't, Rich. He's definitely a wonderful addition. And I'm sure to tell him that regularly. I tell him that I appreciate him hanging out here and giving us his humor and making everybody laugh. That's okay, April. I love how all I had to do was say yams everywhere, and you knew exactly. Oh no, not pressure to be funny. You're just yourself and you're funny, Scrella. And it's not just you, there's a lot of you. Justin's hilarious, Matt's hilarious, CJ's hilarious, Rachel's hilarious, Kim's hilarious. There's a lot of funny porch pals in here. Rich is hilarious. That's okay, Chadsy. Ooh, studying? I need updates. Thank you, Deborah, for the paper crane. That's so pretty. Hi, Sourpuss. Hi, Viola. You're so cute. Also, James, you know what that reminded me of when you said I'm funny looking? It reminded me, I look funny, but yo, I'm making money, see? You probably don't even know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Humpty. Yes, Chadzi, you need to. I once got busy in a Burger King bathroom. Now gather round, I'm the peaceful in town, and my sounds laid down from the underground. Probably James. Beefy, I would assume. You can ask him, but I'm just assuming. And you know what they say about assuming? You're always right. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Heather. Welcome in, everybody. Feel free to write your story requests in all capital letters in the chat. See, I'm not so sure. James, Uncle Monkey. James, do you know what the Humpty Dance is? Do you know the Humpty Dance? Okay, see, he doesn't. Told ya. Told ya. James is a pure soul. James is a pure soul. He doesn't know what the Humpty Dance is. And I knew it. I wasn't teasing when I said that. I know James well. And I can tell you I knew he didn't know it. And they just listened to me spew this random rap shit. And James comes like every single night. And he's just like, whatever, Devin. He doesn't know what I'm talking about half the time. And he still loves to be here on the porch. I love you, James. Where's Ruth tonight, James? Hi, Rachel. Skrilla. Hi, Megan. Hi, Kim. Hi, Trey. I like when he's like, sexy baby. It's the worst. Like, what? I don't know how that made the final cut of the song. Because it's literally the opposite of sexy, but here we are. You saw glasses with a nose and you thought of me because of rap. Narwhal said we got to get him to a wedding reception. Beyond the wall of sleep. Yeah, I opened it, Jade. I forced you to come in here, you little Bia. Love you, you little Bia. Debral, what's beyond the wall of sleep? I'm not sure what that is. Big, not ashamed. Big like a pickle. Such a weird song and I love it. D, Lady Rose, that's your favorite one. God, that was... Man. That takes me back. It makes my heart hurt a little bit. Ruth is doing college classes tonight, and she will not be on my live tomorrow because of... Aw. Well, how studious of her. I'm proud of her. Yeah, Rich, probably not. I like Brass Monkey too, Maria. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Linda. Hi, Connor. Oh, thank you, Amy. I'm so glad you like it. It is catchy, Megan. It's so catchy. Yeah, we were quoting Humpty, and he says, big like a pickle. He's talking about his nose. You love my energy. Thanks, Mamasaurus. It's been a lot of years trying to get this high vibration, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much. A lot of self-sacrifices and ego death to become high vibration, and so I appreciate that. Thank you. It does not happen overnight. The pickle nose, he's just saying, well, I don't really want to explain it to you what will be if you don't understand, but like, some women, myself included, like men with a big nose. And that's, how do I explain it? Okay, well, he says big like a pickle, because what else does a pickle refer to when you're being schmexual? It refers, yeah, Kim, I know, it's me. I am those girls. Hi, it's me. I love big noses. Anyway, it's yes, phallic, right? So, how would the nose be able to please a woman in the way that a pickle phallic thing could do? Think about it. If their nose is down there, wiggling around, got it, yeah. So he's saying he's got a big nose, but he's not ashamed of it because it's big like a pickle. And, yeah. So, and that's also why Jade makes fun of me all the time for liking big noses. Because I, in fact, do. Always have. Justin said, oh, my Lanta. Well, you know what? They asked, Skrilla. So I tried to explain it in a way that I won't get flagged. I hope that made it clear. And this was my TED Talk on fellatio. Thanks, what will be. Thanks, Megan. Oh, the ones that come in the bag, Maria. That's so funny. But I will say, like, I've always just been attracted to big noses. That's not like why I seek out a guy with a big nose. I'm like, look at that thing. That could do some dang. What'd that nose do, boy? It's not like that. I've just always been attracted to guys with big noses. And then it happened to be a wonderful bonus that I wasn't really, you know? What'd that nose do, boy? A cunning linguist for sure. That's clever, Narwhal. That is, that's A+, grade A comment right there. Very witty wordplay. Bravo. Bravo. Okay, guys, feel free to write your story requests in all capital letters in the chat. And if you guys could do me a big favor while I'm writing them down, could you hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner? There is a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts the live into your friends' FYPs. And it helps us grow our beautiful porch. Welcome in, guys. Happy Wednesday. Okay, Lucy, just so you know, I'm going to call that summer after college in the poll, because that's just what people know that story as. Just so when you see that, that will be house sitting nightmare, okay? Just want to make sure. Hi, Leslie. Hey, Justin, did you watch a lot of Full House when you were a kid? Or any time in your life? Just curious. Oh yeah, Tommy, thanks for the reminder. Aliens. I knew it, Justin. I knew it. I knew it. I knew you'd love that show. You know how I knew? Because you said, oh my Lanta. By the way, Skrilla, it took me like this whole time to figure out what ENT was. I'm so bad at acronyms. What the fuck? Ear, nose, and throat. Oh, because I loved it too, Justin. Thank you, Fox Thought. I love your name. Instead of Foxtrot, it's Fox Thought. That's clever. Welcome to the porch. Betty, welcome in Fox Thought. I didn't know. I was sitting there like going through the possibilities because I'm so bad with acronyms because there's a million things that acronyms could be and they're not universal. So like they might be in America, but then we have people from other countries and I have no idea. And so I'm like, and I was like, entertainment? Because to me, that's an abbreviation for entertainment. And I was like, he doesn't mean the entertainment office. The fuck? Yeah, see, Justin? Yep, that's exactly what I thought it was. Entertainment office. I come from TV. Okay? ENT means entertainment. Not whatever the ear, nose, and throat. Plus, I've literally never been to one of those doctors, so. You only know because of allergies? Aw, Rich. Well, and I've heard of them before, but it's not like something that's in my daily lingo, you know what I mean? Because I like don't have an ear, nose, and throat doctor. But also one day, all these people were talking about VBS. And I was like, I was like trying to put together context clues. And I had no idea what they were talking about. And turns out that means Vacation Bible School. And they just assumed everybody knew that. So here's the newsflash. Don't assume people know the acronyms you use because not all of us went to Vacation Bible School. Yeah. And so people like just throw them around like they're universal. And I'm like, I don't fucking know what you're talking about. Can you just use the words? Why is everyone so like abbreviation now? Just fucking say the words. Diddy Natalie, ouch. Right, Fox thought? What will be? That's a good question. It's like where people who don't want to spend time with their kids all summer send their kids. It's like a church. Yep. Oh, exactly. Rich said it. It's free child summer care. Yep. See, what is your MBTI? I don't know. I don't know what that means. You got hit by a car after VBS? Miss Queen Eats. Oh my God. Skrilla, only in America and only for people who have that doctor. I literally have never gone to one of those. So that's not in my vocab, but entertainment is. Natalie, I've had one stuck in a totally different place before too. So, you know, woo. They just like to put them everywhere. An entertainment doctor sounds fun. Well, he just said ENT office. He didn't say doctor. He said ENT office. Near Fort Bragg, yeah. Yeah, well, the military is like a little, they just love being like a little secret society club anyway, so it doesn't surprise me that they would love acronyms. It's totally like, I feel like that's the brain type. That's the brain type. Rich, I do know what an OBGYN is because I have one. Imagine that. I know the chat is so fast. Scott said, I was tired of my lady. We've been together too long. She's probably tired of you too. I would imagine. VO is voiceover. Because I know that because I worked in television. So I know the ones that I had to know for my job, which is VO, SOT, MOS, which you guys don't know. So guess what? I would never just casually toss those around in conversation. Exactly what will be. I was trying to say that delicately, but that's what I pretty much meant. What will be. I know, Danny. I was like, what? That's rude. Miriam. I'm honest to a fault, girl. I literally am like, what you see is what you get. Because I don't really understand, like, dishonesty. Because, like, I don't know. It's not going to work out well. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, it's just not my vibe. I know, Beefy. That's what I was saying, too. Thank you. You get it. Hi, Joe. Do I like pina colada? Yeah, I do. And I don't even really drink that much, but I'll tell you what. If you put a pina colada in front of me, I will drink it because it's delicious. Hi, Snarky. Danny, I know. It's so crazy. Thanks, Megan. Mandy, can you guess what my zodiac sign is if I don't know how to be anything but completely honest and blunt? I bet you can guess. Yeah, it's dishonesty, soul-sucking, and I just don't get it. What are you going to achieve? Because, like, you're trying to trick someone into, like, what? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Because even if you're being honest to, like, be, like, socially accommodating, then guess what? You get a bunch of entitled assholes that go through their life and no one's taken them down a notch and made them not treat other people like that so much or feel so entitled to, like, women's attention and appreciation and stuff like that. So, like, if we were all just a lot more honest, then some people might be a little more humble, or they might have learned some humility, or they might have learned that they might have lost some of that entitlement that they've got. Because it doesn't do anybody favors to just placate and pretend and appease egos all the time. It just turns out badly later. They're like, I don't know how he was so power hungry and abused all of his employees. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Because no one in his life ever told him he was an asshole. And every time his nieces and came over, they were just like, oh, whatever, uncle. No, just tell your uncle he's an asshole. Do you know what I mean? Like, somebody's got to. Sorry, not sorry. Because then they wouldn't turn out. Maybe if people had actually checked some people over the years, instead of using their like business voices and like, well, he's just then, some people might be a little less out of control. Or some people might not have gotten into positions of power that they don't deserve. So next time you're trying to be nice or, just not ruffle any feathers, maybe ruffle those feathers, because nobody's ever fucking done it before to them, and maybe they need their feathers ruffled, So maybe they need to learn a lesson. And you don't have to be mean. It's just honesty. And there is nothing wrong with that. Oh my God, my baby spider's back. You're so cute. You've grown so much. You guys, my baby spider's back and he's grown. Oh my God, he's so cute. I can't handle it. Yeah, exactly. Some hills, exactly. Choose your battles. But at the same time, when someone comes in and says they were sick of their woman and they got rid of her, I just need to, let them know that is probably the reason she is sick of you too. Because who the fuck talks about your partner like that? And who refers to a woman like she's an object you throw in the trash? And he's never had anybody say anything about it until now. So I did. Skrilla, no, he's still tiny. He's not full grown. All right, you guys, I will set up the first poll and I'll be right back. Aw, thank you, Alley Cat. Thank you, Oh So Very Ordinary. Hi, Giggle Pickles. Hi, Carrie. Thanks, Tommy. Oh, 100% Elizabeth. Did you see the pic? I did. It was 1,000,000%. Like, yeah, I could go on, but I'm not going to be cruel. So. Last one. All I got to say is timeshare in Florida. Well, and yeah, there's a different, you can be honest and not be cruel too. Like, you don't have to keep going. You can just say what you got to say. You don't need to like rip them apart, which I'm not really that kind, but I could, but I held back. But all I'm going to say is timeshare in Florida. Faith, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Hell yeah, Diana. Hell yeah. God, I haven't heard the word spliff in forever, dude. It's from a song? What terrible song. That's so sad. It's from a song? I'm going to guess a country song. I want to go out on a limb and say a country song? Danny, yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. The Pina Colada song. Oh, so he was singing? Now I feel bad. He was singing. I don't know that song, though. What Pina Colada song? Well, that's also, I don't care if it's lyrics. It's still that's shitty lyrics. It's terrible. Oh, Jimmy Buffett. Sorry, guys. Ooh. Ugh. Like I said, timeshare in Florida. I was right, and I didn't even know it was Jimmy Buffett. Not a Jimmy Buffett fan, sorry guys. Rupert Holmes, I don't know who that is either. He can bust out his flip-flops somewhere else. Away from me. Yes, I know that song, but people are telling me that it's not Jimmy Buffett. I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about. There are two camps. Some people are continuously quoting Jimmy Buffett now, and then the other side is saying it's not him and it's some other dude. So I don't really care about that song, guys. Love you, but I don't care. I don't care about a Pina Colada song or Jimmy Buffett. Let's change the topic. I really don't care. All right, guys, the first poll is ready. We have the bottle trees, which is the new story of the week. We have the Bell Witch. We have the Water Babies. We have the White Witch of Rose Hall. And we have Professor Hyde. Who's it gonna be, guys? Bottle Trees, Bell Witch, Water Babies, White Witch of Rose Hall, and Professor Hyde. You can vote up to 50 times, and you can vote in the blue box in the top left-hand corner. And you can vote for more than one story. And Justin is a doll, and if you're over on YT, let Justin know which story you would like him to vote for. What do you mean, lovely? I don't know what you're talking about, lovely. It's not on this poll, Tommy. I'll put it on the next one because trust me, I have a method to my polls. I've observed how people vote now, and I already pretty much know which ones are going to win. So trust me, there's a reason it's not on this one. Yeah, but it's not called Jekyll and Hyde. It's called Professor Hyde. Like, if they think it's Jekyll and Hyde, maybe that's kind of like, don't jump to conclusions. Other people have the name Hyde, you know? But I would have never assumed it was Jekyll and Hyde. Yeah, but who cares? Let them vote for it, lovely. So? Yeah, I know. No one votes for it anyway, lovely. Nobody votes for it. But since we were talking about it the whole time, it won. Love you, lovely. Girl, do you mean you're doing your job or at your house? I can never tell if you're just like constantly cleaning your house. I always feel like you're constantly cleaning your house. Yeah, you did it, lovely. I do see what you did there, you little sneaky sneak. You little sneaky sneak. I know you have a company, but I can't ever tell because it's so late at night. This is when you clean. I guess that makes sense. I guess you go once they've checked out. And you are constantly cleaning your house. Okay, that makes sense to me. I know Beefy Water Babies actually got a few votes. Was it you? And Jade? People really don't like that story. I have no idea why, but that's okay. All right, guys, I'll be right back with Professor Hyde. Grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock, sit back and relax, and welcome to the porch. While I'm setting up the next story, if you guys could hit that share arrow. In the bottom right-hand corner, there is a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that puts the live into your friends' FYPs. And it helps us grow this beautiful porch of ours. One scroll. I feel bad now that it was a song. I thought he just came in to tell us he left his wife. I was like, what the fuck? Diana, because the poll's over. And that stupid pink banner covers them up. You have to move that universe banner out of the way. It's so annoying. I have the cutest laugh. Thanks. I sound like a chipmunk. No, I don't feel good, but my trigger happy. Decaption. Thank you, Snarky, for putting in keywords. I appreciate you. Leslie. 2000s rap Devin is always, she's just waiting. She's just always under the surface, just ready. I am so happy that my baby Spidey is still here because he's so tiny. I was scared like maybe I crushed him or something. And he's right here watching me again. He really does like me and he's gotten bigger. He's not like micro anymore. Like before he was so micro, I could only see him in the glow of the screen. Now he's like a teenage spider. Like he's like tiny but big enough to see regularly. Oh my God, he's so cute. I believe it's the baby of the orchard weaver spider that I had in my yard. She's like my Charlotte. Skrilla. Sometimes I want to buy some new shoes. Yeah, the taps are crazy tonight, lovely. Like, nobody's tapping. Nobody's tapping. Thanks, lovely. Love you. Thank you, Dennis, for the dog treat. That's cute. Thank you, Neil. So cute. Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Deborah. Okay, Beefy. Thank you, Brooksy. Isn't it an amazing house? It's so pretty. Like, look at that porch. Look at that porch, y'all. That wraps around the whole house. And guess what? It's a 2-story fucking porch. Do you see the 2nd-story porch? My God. Why don't they make houses like that anymore? Because we are in late-stage capitalism, sweetheart. And they try to maximize profits with the shittiest, least amount of quality they can. That's why. People used to pride themselves in their work because their jobs provided them with adequate wages and health insurance. And one man who worked in the electronics department of JCPenney or Sears could provide for a family of 4. And people took pride in their work when that's the case. So they built really quality things. But then one day, the corporations were given the legal rights of a citizen, and they started fucking over everybody. And then people were like, I just got laid off of a 30-year job with no retirement. Fuck these assholes. And people stopped taking pride in their work because why the hell would they when they work for a corporation that doesn't give a shit about them? And then we're here, where everything's made like shit, the quickest it can for the cheapest for the most amount of money to con people into thinking it's better than it is. So that's why, unfortunately, it's called late-stage capitalism. I studied anthropology, and nobody wants to admit it, but we're Rome, and shit's about to fall. And unfortunately, we have to go through that to come out on the other side. But we're at the end. Yep, the illusion of free choice. Look, give it a Goog and look up "you will own nothing and be happy about it." Look it up and see if that's not where we're at right now with all of the fucking subscriptions and digital downloads. We own nothing. So, anyway, sorry, but that is why. That is why the homes don't look like this anymore. Because it would cost way too much money for the CEOs of the construction companies to be able to have a yacht. And back then, that kind of excess, like in the 1950s that everybody dreams about, guess what? In the 1950s, go and look up the tax bracket. The wealthiest people in the world were taxed 91% in the golden age that everyone dreams of going back to. And then guess what that did? That made everyone else able to survive off of a normal wage job. And it changed the entire economy. Now, the highest percentage of paid people pay the least amount of taxes in our country. And that is why. It's called late-stage capitalism and unfettered greed. It is a scary story. And I'm not kidding. I was alive back then. Look up how much the top 2% were taxed during like 40s and 50s. 91%. And when you're a billionaire, guess what? That doesn't mean shit to you. And that helps fellow citizens like crazy. So yeah. Yep. And then Ronald Reagan came in with his trickle-down economics, said, if you guys work for us, when we have all the money, it'll trickle down. And that's where we are. Sorry, not sorry. I've been alive for 700 years and I've watched this bullshit so fucking much. And also look up whose party is president every time our economy takes a shit. Anyway, be right back. Right, Leela, me too. Like I just literally, I just rebought myself bras for like the first time in ages because I've been on like a consumption strike for like 6 years. And I have finally just had to, because I'm going to see my best friend. So I hadn't realized how much I've abstained from buying like a lot of things until I was like, oh my God, I need this, I need this, I need this, because I have just not given a fuck and haven't bought much of anything for a while now. Not like my effort really makes a difference because there are like housewives at home just ordering every impulse on Amazon 20 times a day. But it makes me feel better. I did scroll. I got like 95%. What's my opinion, Wa Mama? You think our economy is really good right now? And it's not my opinion. Late stage capitalism is a fact. It's a studied. You can give it a Goog. It's like literally economics, basic 101. I studied anthropology, so I kind of like am an expert in that. It's not really my opinion. You can look up late stage capitalism if you think it's an opinion. But you're not really allowed to say that's just an opinion when it's a fact you don't like. That's not how that works. There's a difference between opinions and facts. And what I stated is a fact. Look at the stats, look at the charts, look at the graphs, look at the economic studies. It's not an opinion. I think you might need to revisit what an opinion is versus a fact, because I think that's might be how we got here, is because a lot of y'all don't seem to understand the difference and think that you can just say no to facts and go, oh, that's an opinion. No, it's the fuck not. So you can like my stories all you want, but you're gonna hear facts and not tell me that they're opinions. Got it? And that's exactly right, Trey. $5.69 for a gallon of gas is not an opinion. The denial's not going to work anymore for you, boo-boo. We are all pissed, and we all know who's to blame. It's not an opinion. It's not just politics. It's literally our quality of life and how all of us are fucking suffering. So it's not an opinion. It's a fact. When bacon is like $15, there's no more gaslighting. You got it? It's a fact that we are all living every day. So you pull the head out of the ass because it's not an opinion, and I'm not going to let you dismiss it as an opinion. I love your stories, but I don't care if you like my stories. You need to listen to facts. You got it? Lady Rose, I love you. And I agree, Rachel, people are not pissed enough. People are too complacent. And I've lived long enough to see what's happening, and I don't give a fuck if people don't like what I have to say. Because I know my history. And I know that it's repeating itself. Hi, Gina. Nope, Robert, it's not an opinion, sweetheart. It's, everybody's living it right now. And you can find the study yourself. That's kind of like the burden's on you guys to like be educated and know what you're talking about and know what you're voting for. Sorry you don't like the truth. And it's not conceited, it's factual. It's the truth, Robert. But you guys hate hearing the truth, and I'm here to give it to you. I don't care. You can call me a bitch all you want. Because that's what your president calls women all the time. That's why you guys voted for him. Because you fucking love that. Because that's how you treat women. And you prove it constantly. The truth hurts. Sorry that you're angry that you guys destroyed our country. But we will not let you forget it. Ever heard of the Nuremberg trials? Probably not. But you might want to look them up. Don't worry, you guys, I'm blocking someone on YT. Gina said, scream! Don't worry, you guys. Oh, we got double sound there for a minute. Sorry, guys. Jade, did you already block him? Okay, well, Jade or Justin, whoever blocked him, thank you so much for blocking him. That's funny, Skrilla. That's funny. He clowns Jade about Facebook. That's so funny to me. Thank you, Candy Shop. And I know I'm not wrong. And that's the thing is like, we're over coddling and not telling the truth. And they can call me a bitch all they want. Guess what? Yeah, I am a bitch. Like they say it like it's a bad thing. Rather be a bitch than a fucking sheep. Complacent ass zombie. Thank you, Rachel. My mouth's always been a problem. Only one, Charlie. Only one. I'm about to start this one, so you didn't miss this one. Thanks, Burley. Exactly, Miriam. Somebody has to say it at this point. We have to have the uncomfortable conversations because we're past the point of like coddling these nut jobs. It also won't let me pin Miriam saying that. That's ridiculous. Oh, there we go. Let me know. And here's the thing. There's a lot of people who've admitted they're wrong and they fucked up. Like, and that's fine at this point, but it is not fine to be in like still at this point in denial. At this point, then you're fuck off. You know what I mean? Like mic drop. Thanks, Decaption. And that's exactly right, Snarky. That's what got us here. And I refuse to do it. And I don't care if it makes me a bitch. I'll be a bitch that goes down in history for standing up what the fuck is right and saying the goddamn truth. And that's on period, as they say now, as the Utes say. Well, and here's the thing. To the 2 followers that obviously are no longer followers after this that just got pissed. What did you think I believed? Are you listening to my stories? Are you not picking up on the undertones of my damn stories? What the hell do you think? Whose side do you think I'm on? The fuck? Are you listening to my writing? I could not be more obvious. Have you heard the anti-science hater vampire story? You know? Have you heard the Bell Witch anti-slavery owning story? Like, whose side do you think I'm on? You're shocked by my opinion? Get a grip. Or maybe pay better attention to my stories. You're right, ghosts. You're right. Anyway, we're done with people trying to gaslight. Because guess what? We're not going to allow that. I'll make a whole production out of your gaslighting, just like I just did. And then maybe you won't do it again. Because in case you didn't know, elementals are about justice. And I love you. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Societies. This is the tale of Professor Hyde. Exactly, Rachel. Oh, thanks, Rachel. Love you too. Exactly, Skrilla. You got that right, Leela. And thank you, Lindsay. Exactly, Karina. Thank you. You know those stories when people say they saw something that they can't quite explain? Thanks, Ange. The kind where they swear up and down that they weren't dreaming. They weren't hallucinating. Thank you, Cassie. Cassie, I love you. They weren't hallucinating. They weren't mistaken. That's what this is. It happened 6 years ago in the dead of winter. I was a teacher's assistant in grad school for this very elusive and brilliant professor. Thank you, Aldo. Professor Hyde. Of course, Ellie. He was an eccentric research scientist who rarely left his lab. Now, I'm naturally a people person, and anyone who knows me knows that I've never met a stranger. I'm one of those people who can befriend just about anyone. Even those surly folks that people warn you to steer clear of. That's the most, it won't even let me pin it. That's the most UK compliment, Milsey, thank you. Blighty big balls. I actually get a great deal of joy out of making people feel comfortable enough to let down their defenses. And I naturally have an ability to bring people out of their shells. So, with that being said, I spent months whittling away at Professor Hyde, following up with him about his sister who had the flu last week, asking how his ski trip went, complimenting him on his new briefcase. And slowly, we developed a friendship. And I could tell he actually respected me and my intellect. The end of the semester was now rapidly approaching, and we had a little grad student holiday party to celebrate the occasion. We all discussed our holiday plans and compared our plans for the next semester. Everyone else was going back home for the holidays, but I couldn't afford the cost of flying back home while missing a month of work. I worked a part-time job at a local bookstore to pay for my living expenses during grad school. And I lamented about how jealous I was that they all got to go home and visit their families and take a nice long break from the grind. When Professor Hyde walked up and chimed in, and he told me that he's going out of the country for the holiday break and desperately needed somebody to watch his house while I was gone. Then he tells me that he'll pay me whatever I would have made working at the bookstore, and that way I would be able to relax and enjoy my break while still making money. I didn't even question it. I immediately accepted his offer and let out a squeal of excitement. I can't wait to just loaf around and watch movies for a change. All I do is bust my ass. Professor Hyde had a beautiful sprawling estate tucked into the mountains. It was an old Victorian that had been standing since the 1800s. It was one of those places that looked almost too perfect in the snow. Like something out of a painting. But at night, when the wind howled through the gables, it felt different. Hello from Sweden, hi. The kind of different that gives you goosebumps. Thank you, Scrolla. The house itself was massive, 3 stories, not including the attic. But I only used a few rooms: the kitchen, the guest bedroom, a bathroom, and the library, where I liked to read in the evenings. Everything else was dark and empty, with furniture covered in white sheets like forgotten ghosts. It struck me as odd, though, because I could have sworn that the professor told me he currently resided in the house. But it looked like that it hadn't been lived in decades. Professor Hyde had warned me that the old wiring made the lights flicker sometimes. He also told me not to go into the basement. He said that he kept it locked for a reason. I didn't ask why, but now I wish I had. The first few nights were uneventful. I worked on my thesis, read in the library, and sipped tea while snow piled up outside. But on the 4th night, something changed. It started with the creaking. At first, I chalked it up to the house settling. Old places make noise, especially in the cold. But then I noticed a pattern. The creaks weren't random. They were slow, deliberate steps, traveling across the ceiling of the library, 1 floor above me. I tried to ignore it, telling myself that I was just being paranoid. But then the footsteps stopped, directly above where I was sitting. And then I heard breathing. Not mine, not the wind. Something deep and slow. I froze. Okay, bye, Skrilla. It was faint, but I swear I could hear someone or something inhaling, holding its breath, and then slowly exhaling right above me. I wanted to run, to get out of that house, but my legs wouldn't move. I stared at the ceiling until the breathing stopped. And then nothing. Complete silence. The kind of silence that presses against your eardrums and makes your heartbeat sound deafening. I finally convinced myself it was all in my head, and I just forced myself to go back to bed. That was a mistake. I woke up in the middle of the night, my heart pounding. Not because of a dream, but because something was scratching at the bedroom door. A slow scrape like nails against the wood. I couldn't breathe. And then I thought, okay, maybe it was an animal, a raccoon or something that managed to get inside. It's really cold out. But deep down, I knew better. Man, Rachel, he just left. That's so funny, though. The scratching stopped, and then the doorknob turned. Not jiggled, not a mistake of loose hardware. It turned and clicked open. And I had locked it. The door eased open an inch and then another. I couldn't see anything beyond the darkness. My fingers frantically reached for my phone on the nightstand. I turned on the flashlight and I aimed it at the doorway. But it was empty. I couldn't fall asleep after that. I stayed up until dawn, listening, waiting. The house felt heavier, like it was pressing down on me, watching me. The next day, I called the professor, pretending like everything was fine. I casually asked him if, anyone had ever broken into the house or something. He laughed and said that no one had ever dared come near the place. Okay. That's reassuring. That night, I barricaded the door. I kept my flashlight in my hand, wide awake, waiting for something to happen again. Hi, Daza. But at some point, exhaustion won, and I finally drifted off to sleep. Then I woke up to the blankets being pulled off of me. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't sleep paralysis. Something tugged the covers down, inch by inch. I felt the cold air rush over my legs and arms. I sat up, my body rigid with fear. And in the faint moonlight from the window, I saw it. At the foot of my bed, something crouched on the floor. Kim. Pale and hairless. Its skin stretched tight over a gaunt frame. Its limbs were long and its fingers ended in jagged claws. And its face had hollowed out eyes like black pits. And its mouth was a thin, lipless gash, open just enough to show teeth. I didn't move. It didn't move. It just stared at me as I laid there frozen. And then, slowly, it started to approach me. I don't remember screaming. I don't even remember how I got out of bed. I just remember running down the hall, nearly falling down the stairs and then stumbling out the front door into the snow. And the cold wetness immediately soaked through my fuzzy slippers. I ran until my legs burned, until the cold cut into my skin. I didn't stop until I was at the nearest neighbor's house, pounding on their front door. They finally let me in and I collapsed. I told them that I was just house sitting for the professor, and I explained everything that happened. They both stared at me with an uneasy confusion, like they thought I was crazy. I told them that I didn't even believe in any of this paranormal stuff until I came to the professor's house. They both looked at me with growing concern as they explained that the house had been abandoned since the 1950s. They told me that an eccentric professor and research scientist had lived there, but he had mysteriously disappeared one day and was never seen again. They told me that nobody has lived in that house the entire time they've lived next door. They even told me that they're the ones that cut the grass because it's an eyesore living next to a creepy old overgrown estate. I stood there in shock, trying to understand what they were telling me. That night I packed up my things and I drove back to campus. I spent the rest of the holiday break holed up in my apartment trying to make sense of it all. In January, classes resumed, and I was anxious to ask Professor Hyde for an explanation. I love Mike and Ike's Rachel. I'm so jealous. And to my horror, when I walked into class that day, there was a different professor welcoming back all the students. And when I asked around campus, nobody had ever heard of Professor Hyde. They all claimed that this new professor wasn't new at all, and that he was the same professor that we had all been working with last semester. What the fuck? Did that house throw me into a different timeline? What happened to Professor Hyde? Was he even a real person? I ended up doing some research and I discovered the obituary for an old Professor Hyde who had worked at the university back in the 1940s and the 1950s. Apparently, he did all kinds of crazy scientific experiments in the basement of his old mansion. But then one day, he just didn't show up to teach his classes, and he was never seen again. That spring, I ended up graduating with my master's under a professor I felt like I barely knew. But I was just grateful to get out of there. I moved away right after graduation, but on my way out of town, I drove past Professor Hyde's old mansion and I thanked him for everything he taught me. Even if it was from beyond the grave. And that's the tale of Professor Hyde. Thank you, Cats and Coffee. I feel like a lot of you have never heard that before, and I'm glad, so maybe you guys will vote for it, because Lovely's right, it usually never wins. So I'm glad it did. Thank you, Emotions. Thanks, Elizabeth. Thanks, Rachel. That's how I feel, Laura. I would love to live in an old mansion like that. I would love it. Yes, Diana. Hi, Fragrant Dentist. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Thanks, Allie. Thanks, Milsey. Oh, you confused it with another story? Yeah. Well, we call it, it's Professor Hyde, but there's also another one that I house sit for in a creepy old mansion as well. That's called The Summer After College. And they are very similar. Except in The Summer After College, I do go in the basement. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore, and I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. I do write and record all of these stories myself, and you can listen to them whenever you would like on my YT channel, as well as all of the podcast streaming sites. Hi, Jade. Welcome to the porch. Hi, Oregon Brewer. Welcome to the porch. I'm going to set up the next poll for us to vote. If you are new here, what we do is we vote. I set up a poll based off of people's requests. If you're new, you probably don't have any stories to request because you don't know my stories yet, so you can just hang out and listen. But if one sounds interesting to you, feel free to vote for it. That's like one coin, and you can vote up to 50 times. And if it sounds cool and it wins, then you'll hear it. So thanks for being here, guys. The Porch Pals are amazing. We are a very cool, funny, goofy, laid-back community, and we keep it high vibration in here. And everybody is like a family. And I am here every single night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1, usually 1:30 in the morning. Aw, squid. Thanks, Laura. Yeah, snarky. So I will be... Yeah, right, Rich. Yeah. So I will be right back. Oh, thank you, Decaption. With the next poll. So grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock, sit back and relax. Check out the shooting stars. And if you like Are You Afraid of the Dark, Goosebumps, So Weird, Twilight Zone, X-Files, anything like that, you are in the right place. Because we like all that weird stuff. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate that. Also, oh, good, Laura. I have several fairy stories. I'm an elemental witch, so that's kind of my jam. I will be right back with the next poll. And if you guys could do me a big favor while I'm setting up the poll, could you hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner? And there is a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other. Hi, Kendi, that says repost. And that little circle puts the live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow our beautiful porch with cool people. Also, writing in keywords in the chat throughout the night allows us to talk about whatever we want, because the AI scans the chat every 10 minutes and summarizes what this live is about. It is very annoying and there's no way to turn it off, but because we know it does that, all we have to do is write in keywords of what this chat is about so that it doesn't think it's about whatever we're talking about, because sometimes we talk about random shit and we should be free to do that without AI trying to corral us into only talking about things it wants us to talk about. So in order to do that and still get pushed out to the right people, stuff like what Rich just did helps out. Paranormal, supernatural, Are You Afraid of the Dark, Goosebumps, Mothman, Goatman, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, anything like that. You can make them into funny sentences if you would like. You know, funny sentences, etc. But it helps. And also, if this is your vibe, don't forget to follow. So if you fall off the porch, you can find us again. And I'll be right back with the next poll. Laura, Mothra. Mothra. Good memory. And yes, the sillier cryptid sentences, the better. Like Deborah always puts them into really funny sentences. So you don't just have to write keywords. You can make them really funny and silly. Godzilla versus Mothra. All right, you guys, the next poll is ready. We have hold on one second. Okay, we have the bottle trees, which is the new story of the week. We have the Bell Witch. We have the Snallygaster. We have the Ozarks Howler. And we have the Lubbock Lights. You can vote in the blue box in the top left-hand corner. And you can vote up to 50 times. And you can vote for more than one story if you'd like. We have the Bottle Trees, which is the new story of the week. Lily, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the porch. We have the Bell Witch. We have the Snallygaster. We have the Ozarks Howler. And we have the Lubbock Lights. Who's it gonna be? Hi, Zoot Suit. And the winner is the Bottle Trees. All right, you guys, I'll be right back with the Bottle Trees. Sit back and relax. Welcome to the porch. But thank you, P-Flow. Thank you, Snarky. Thank you, Aldo. So cute. Thank you, Desiree. Deborah, thanks for the taco. Thank you, Spooky Scary Sherry. Deborah, thanks for the kitty pillow fight. I love that one. Tiffany, that sounds so nice. I wish I had somebody bring me pizza right now. Yum, what kind of pizza? Hi, Chris. Zoinks, Jinkies, Jeepers. Hi, P-Flow. Oh, you're a rap artist? I love rap. And everybody gets a kick out of it. You're in the right place. Welcome. Welcome in. I literally verbal stim with rap lyrics. And it's very strange. And half the time people don't even get what I'm referencing. And then I'm like, you know? So welcome in. All right, guys, quick swig. And you'll see, Laura, you're about to hear. You're about to learn, girl. This is the new story, so it's only been read twice, so it's brand new. I will be right back, quick swig, and I'll be right back with the tale of the bottle trees. Laura, you're so cute. Thank you, happily. Have you ever driven through the mountains of Appalachia and noticed... Oh wait, I have to do the intro, don't I? Sorry, guys. I should have done it. Laura said bated breath, and I got so excited and I had to hurry. Robin, thank you for your first gift ever. What an honor. She really did. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the bottle trees. Welcome in, Liv. Have you ever driven through the mountains of Appalachia and noticed something strange hanging from a tree? Not an old bird feeder, not wind chimes, not some forgotten decoration left behind by somebody's meemaw. I'm talking about those brilliant blue glass bottles, turned upside down and hanging from the branches of a tree or tucked into the limbs of a shrub. Yes, Sume, that's right. When I was growing up in Appalachia, I remember seeing them everywhere. And as a kid, I thought they were beautiful. There was something almost magical about the way those bottles caught the sunlight. On a summer afternoon, they'd sparkle against the green leaves like little pieces of sky caught in the branches. But there was another explanation for those bottles, and it was considerably more unsettling. Because according to an old tradition, those bottles weren't there to decorate the yard. Those beautiful blue bottles were actually little prisons for the dead. Now, this magic did not originate in the misty mountains of Appalachia. To find the roots of the bottle tree, you have to travel across the ocean and back through time. The story of the bottle tree begins in the 9th century in the Congo region of Central Africa. There, it was believed that dangerous imps or genies could be captured inside glass vessels. The exact history of the bottle tree is complicated, and historians caution against reducing several different African traditions into one simple story. But written and artistic evidence connects the American bottle tree tradition to Central Africa, particularly the Congo's practices involving vessels, branches, and spiritual protection. The Congo people had a deep tradition of honoring their venerated dead. When a powerful community member died, they were linked to a great fallen tree. To honor them, families would create gravesite memorials, surrounding the resting place with trees, sticks, adorned with plates, bowls, and bottles. The tree became an altar, a crossroads between the living and the dead. Rachel. Now fast forward a bit to the darkest chapter in American history. The transatlantic slave trade. Millions of Africans were violently forced from their homes and transported across the Atlantic. They were stripped of their freedom, separated from their families, and brought to the Americas. But something could not be taken from them quite so easily. Their memories. Mark, I literally thought that as soon as I said that out loud. But that's not history. We're present, so. God. Millions of Africans were violently forced from their homes and transported across the Atlantic. They were stripped of their freedoms and separated from their families and brought to the Americas. But something could not be taken from them quite so easily. Their memories, their stories, their spiritual traditions. And among the traditions that survived, changed, and merged with the realities of life in the Americas was the practice of the bottle tree. People used what they had: branches, trees, discarded bottles, old glass containers. Whatever could be transformed into something protective. Thank you, Sherry. Thank you, Snarky. The bottle tree became one of those traditions that crossed cultures and generations. And it became particularly associated with the American South. The practice took deep root in the coastal low country of South Carolina and Georgia, nurtured by the Gullah Geechee people. The Gullah Geechee people, isolated on the sea islands of the Atlantic coast, fiercely preserved their African culture and spiritual traditions, weaving them into hoodoo and folk magic. And in the low country, the tradition evolved, and the specific color of the bottles became paramount. While any shiny bottle might catch a spirit, the blue glass bottle was the most powerful. And there is a historical reason for that. In the low country of South Carolina and Georgia, indigo was not simply a pretty color. It was one of the major cash crops. Indigo was an entire industry. Enslaved laborers were forced to cultivate and process indigo for the plantation economy, producing the valuable blue dye that was then exported to European markets. So the history of that beautiful blue color became inseparable from the brutal history of slavery in the American South. But the enslaved Africans and their descendants of the Low Country gave that color a meaning of their own. The color blue itself acquired spiritual meaning to the people in the area, and this specific shade was called Haint Blue. It represented two things that evil spirits cannot tolerate: the vast sky, where the ancestors reside, and the water, where spirits are famously unable to cross. So, by placing blue bottles outside their doors, the Gullah Geechee created a spiritual moat around their homes. The word haint itself is an African American vernacular form of haunt, and the word became associated with ghosts and other dangerous supernatural beings. Over the centuries, the bottle tree tradition slowly migrated away from the southern coastal plantations and moved inland, eventually finding a home in the isolated folds of the Appalachian Mountains. In Appalachia, the practice blended seamlessly with the local Scottish folk magic beliefs such as fairy trees and other mountain superstitions deeply rooted already in the area. Crepe myrtles, cedar trees became the preferred hosts for these bottles. And what began as an African graveside altar and a low country spiritual defense evolved into a widespread Appalachian talisman passed down through generations. So the next time you see a blue bottle tree catching the sun in someone's yard, remember that you aren't just looking at recycled glass. Yes, Helena. It's easy, especially today, to look at a bottle tree and think it's just a quirky southern decorative tradition. But underneath that beautiful blue glass is a much deeper story. You are looking at a survival story, a 1,000-year-old African tradition that crossed the ocean, outlasted slavery, and still stands quietly protecting the yards of Americans today. Yes, we do, Helena. I'm from North Carolina. It's a story about Africans who carried pieces of their spiritual world across an ocean they never wanted to cross. It's a story about enslaved people preserving traditions under conditions designed to strip them of their identities. It's a story about cultures adapting, changing, surviving, and uniting. And eventually creating something uniquely American from pieces of many different worlds. Because the bottle tree isn't simply an African superstition that somehow appeared in America, and it isn't simply an Appalachian decoration. Its history is more complicated and much more fascinating. It is part of a living tradition shaped by African spiritual heritage, the history of slavery, the Gullah Geechee culture, and the merging of Scottish folk magic traditions throughout Appalachia. And that's what folklore does. It travels, it changes, it gets passed from one person to another. Sometimes the people telling the story don't even remember where it began. They just remember that their Meemaw did it and her Meemaw did it before that. And that's enough. So, if you're ever walking past a bottle tree at night and you hear one of those blue bottles humming in the wind, you might want to keep walking. Because maybe it's only the breeze. Maybe it's just glass. Maybe there's a perfectly ordinary explanation. But folklore has a funny way of making us wonder, doesn't it? And well, I'd probably leave those haints alone. After all, somebody sure went to a lot of trouble to trap them. And that's the tale of the bottle trees. And that's the new story of the week. Thank you, Raven. Thank you, Celia. Molly, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Laura, good, that's my job. Dee, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Shism, thanks for the follow. Misty, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the porch, guys. Thank you, Sherry. I love that little cutie. Hi, Charlie. Oh, your grandma got mad, I bet. I bet she was mad. Yes, my voice makes you fall asleep, Laura. Thank you, Dill Pickles. Thank you, Mystic. You want to research it, Mandy? Yeah. That's my goal. It's to get you guys interested in folklore because it's so interesting. At least I think it is. There's so much behind the stories that a lot of times you don't know until you research, and that's why I do these stories, because I didn't know a lot of, like, I knew a lot of the stuff in the story, but I didn't know it was like the 9th century and stuff. Like, I had to research the actual like dates and stuff. Oh my gosh, Suit. I bet she was pissed. Yeah, the blue is so beautiful, right? Blue glass is just so pretty. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore, and I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I am here every single night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning, sometimes 1:30. I do write all of these stories myself, and you can listen to them whenever you would like on my YT channel, as well as all of the podcast streaming sites. Just look for Porch Lore and you will find me. Oh my God, I can't wait to see your pizza. What kind of pizza did you get? Hello, Archangel Michael. Happy Wednesday. Also, guys, I'm going to set up the next poll. And if you could do me a big favor, could you hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner? There is a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts the live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow our beautiful porch here. Also, sharing to your stories, which is a little like a twinkle star, helps too, and sharing with your friends. Thank you, Sherry. Wait, did the DJ not show up as anything? Where's the ghost DJ? Well, that's lame. Matt, you're so funny. Hi, Matt. I know it didn't show. That's stupid. Oh, I bet I know why. I know why. Because some of them only show in the tiny box hidden at the bottom. They don't show on the backgrounds. So I have to wait till the story pops up. All right, you guys. I'm going to set up the next poll for us to vote. And I'll be right back. Grab a beanbag chair. Grab a hammock. Check out the shooting stars. And welcome to the porch. Yeah, Sherry, I just figured that out like 2 days ago, but I think they're showing up in the little box at the bottom because I think they're the ones that like go on your head. Do you know what I'm talking about? And it thinks I'm down there. Because when I make it the big image for the stories, they show up. So it's something about the layers. It's really stupid. Because the cow one does that too. Be right back with the next poll. Oh, Delphi, I love that. Tell your cat I said, Preow. Oh my God, I love that one, Kendi. Look at the cat. Why is he so cute? Why is he? I didn't think that was going to be. Oh my God, he said it back. I love that, Delphi. Yeah, that's so funny. Yes, Kendi, thank you. That was so cute. I wasn't expecting him to be so cute and weird. All right, guys, the next poll is ready. Yes, absolutely, Hayden. Welcome in. Welcome to the porch. And you do not make us uncomfortable at all. Oh, welcome, Hannah. We're glad to have you on the porch. Welcome to the porch. Hi, Ghost of Hell. Yes, we're about to vote on the next story. Oh, you're here every night. You just don't talk. Aw. Well, I'm glad you're talking. Hi. I'm so glad you're talking. I love when you guys come out from the back of the porch and say hi. Pablo, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the porch. All right, you guys, the poll is ready. We have the Flatwoods Monster, the Camper Van, the Ozarks Howler, the Lubbock Lights, and the Snowbound Creeper. And that's okay that you're shy. A lot of my friends are like introverts and shy, and I'm like their mouthpiece. I'm like, what'd you say to my friend? I'm friends with a lot of shy people because I'm not shy, and they need a friend like that. Yeah, I know, Andrew. I love it. All heavy hitters, Justin said. Justin says, all these stories are heavy hitters. Aw, I'm sorry, Grimothy Squeaks. I know. All right, you guys, you can vote in the top left-hand corner. There's a blue box. And you can vote up to 50 times. And you can vote for more than one person. You're not in person? That's so funny. That is funny. That's not stupid, but it's funny. Aw, thanks, Brian. I appreciate you. Who's gonna win, guys? Hi, Bud Morgan. Thank you, Chubby Piggo. I love your name. Chubby Piggo. That's such a cute name. I love that. Welcome in. My name is Devin. Support to do your shot? What kind of shot? Yes, anxiety is a bitch. I get it. That's why I'm always trying to help people with their nervous systems, because it's the worst feeling. It really is. And take a deep breath. You're going to be okay. Nothing's ever as bad as you make it in your head. And then you usually laugh at yourself and you're like, why was I freaking out? Oh, your tea shot? You can do it. Don't even worry. You can do it. Are you just scared it's going to hurt? Or are you scared like of just it being a, big deal to you? Jasper, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the live. Yeah, Matt, how'd it go? Went well? I'm glad. Very glad. What did you miss, Linz? I've been doing it for 5 years, so you'd think I'd be okay. It's just, you just don't like shot. Yeah. You know what? I'm not a big needle fan either. And my one friend was going through like IVF treatments, and by this point she was pregnant. But you have to like finish, do you know what I'm talking about? Still doing the rounds of shots. And I was visiting her, and she's a nurse, but like she was sick of doing it, and she's like, can you do it for me? And I had to stab her huge, almost due pregnant belly with a knee. And I almost like passed. I was like, I'll do whatever you need me to do because I'm a ride or die friend. But I was like, oh God, oh God, oh God. Ugh! And I like, you know what I mean? Like, so I get it. You're not, like, I get it. It's not really a fun thing to have to do that. And I had a diabetic cat, and I used to have to give him insulin twice a day. And I did it for a long time, and it was never any more fun because the needles are just not, I'm not a fan. So I get it. Also, guys, Marcy could use a pep talk too. You've got this. You've got this. Yeah, it was stressful, Sherry. Oh, thank you, Hannah. Charlotte from Charlotte's Web. That's an honor. Oh my God. I love Charlotte. Yeah, needles suck. So I get it. And I have tattoos, but they're totally different because they don't go into you. They just scratch you. Yeah, Forrest, it's not easy at all. It was like one of the most, and he ended up dying, and it was one of the most traumatic things I've ever gone through. Wait, Zoe, you think so too? Wait, what sign is rolling backwards? Which one? Tiffany, I'm like waiting in suspense to see what flavor you got. Hi, Code Red. Oh, the story names. Oh. All right, the winner is the Ozarks Howler. Yes, I do, Slick. I write them. All right, guys, the Ozarks Howler. I'll be right back with the next story. Grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock, and welcome to the porch. Also, feel free to hit that share arrow. And there's a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. Yeah, Tiffany, we have a Discord, and Justin will share the link. You can join it, and we share pictures with each other all the time on there. We chat and talk and everything. All right, I'll be right back with the Ozarks Howler. Got one. Got one, Justin. Bam. Bam. Lady Rose, I love you. Lady Rose, nobody wants to check it out. Gross. You saw what, Matt? Carl, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Hi, spooky bestie cutie. How you doing? Thanks for the populars and the cozy cryptids. Oh, the troll. Oh, because you... Oh, I'm proud of you, Matt. I'm proud of you. Forrest, thank you for the cozy cryptids. Be right back. Thank you, Code Red. That's so cute. I haven't seen that one before. Yeah, Slick. He comes into my live every night. I love Slappy. He was in the Witchy Wednesday live today. He's the best. Like when I found out he followed me, I was like, oh my God. You just came into my live. He's like, I follow you. I was like, oh my God. Hi, Slappy. Thayla, I'm so glad you're the best. Slicky is so funny when he gets angry. He cursed me one night and I didn't know you weren't allowed to give him like the scratch paw gift. And then the way he curses people is so funny. He's a very talented performer. Hannah, that's okay. No problem. People accidentally tag people all the time. Hello, Joanne. Good morning. Well, if you just want to hear the story, Molly, then you can go over to my YT channel where there is no community talking to each other and you can listen to the stories by yourself. That's literally why I mention it all the time. Because you can listen to the stories uninterrupted by yourself, back to back to back. Tiffany, Justin will share the link with you and he'll pin it and then you just copy and paste it. Hi, Ghost of Hell. Thank you, Sherry. Slick, it was something that wasn't even a curse. It was him being like funny and nice. It was something like, God, I can't remember now. It was like, I don't know. Something that he worded it like it would be, he said it like it was a curse, but it was something like, I hope you get a full night's sleep, or I don't know. It was something kind. He was actually being nice. That's so funny. Matt the deacon notices. Good night, Code Red. Love ya. See you tomorrow. Sweet dreams. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the Ozarks Howler. Thank you, Nate. Thank you, LK. Thanks, Dolly. Thank you, Spooky Bestie. Most people outside of the Midwest have never heard of the Ozarks Howler. And honestly, even most people inside the Midwest treat it like one of those regional campfire stories. Something local parents use to keep their kids from wandering too far past the tree line after dark. But if you spend enough time in southern Missouri or northern Arkansas, especially around the older mountain towns, where the roads narrow into gravel, and the forest seems to swallow whole stretches of civilization. Thank you, Spooky Bestie, for helping me with my gallery. I really appreciate it. You start hearing about it in a way that doesn't sound like folklore anymore. He kissed his butt. That's so funny. Okay. The first time I heard the name was from an old newspaper clipping pinned to the wall of a roadside diner outside Branson. I know, that's hilarious. Kim, I'm dying. Good job, Spooky Bestie. That's so funny. It was framed between yellowed photographs of flood damage and a missing persons flyer. The clipping described a farmer in the 1920s who claimed he saw a beast the size of a bear, with glowing eyes, horns like a ram, and a cry so unnatural it made his livestock slam themselves into the pens trying to escape. Now, depending on who you ask, the Ozarks Howler is described as a shaggy black beast with horns and glowing eyes. Others say it looks more like an oversized mountain lion with malformed hind legs. Some insist it has tusks. Others swear it has a tail tipped like a spear. The only consistent detail in every version is the sound. Witnesses describe it as something between a wolf, an elk screaming, and a woman shrieking, and metal grinding against itself. A noise so wrong that hearing it allegedly can cause nausea, panic, or temporary paralysis. Kim, you're right. Kim, those are supposed to be his horns. Stories of the creature date back at least to the early 1800s, with settlers in the Ozarks recording encounters with what they called the devil cat or the hainted beast. Some folklorists believe the legend may be older, adapted from indigenous oral traditions, warning against supernatural creatures and spirits that live deep in the hills. Others think the creature was inspired by sightings of diseased bears, escaped big cats, or simply frontier paranoia. But if that were true, it should have faded. But instead, the sightings have continued. Hunters disappeared after screams were heard in the woods. Farm animals were found gutted but uneaten. Campers have reported eyes in the dark followed by a sound no animal they've ever heard. Fat bastard. Yeah, it's really scary. Hi, Moon Goddess. Every few years, another sighting resurfaces online or in local papers, usually mocked into oblivion by anyone who hadn't grown up near those woods. I rented a cabin near the Mark Twain National Forest. And if you've never heard of it, it's a very underrated, gorgeous national park in Missouri. The cabin looked charming. Wraparound porch, stone fireplace, private acreage, no neighbors for miles. And at the time, that part sounded relaxing. The drive down was gorgeous. Late October. It had painted the hills in a rusted gold, and every curve of the mountain looked like something out of a postcard. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was already dipping behind the ridgeline, staining the trees copper. I noticed that the large oak tree behind the cabin had large gashes in the bark. A little alarming, but bears do live in the area. The place itself sat alone at the end of a dirt road with forest pressing close on all sides. Thank you, Grimothy. Thank you, Tina. Thank you, Nani. Thanks, Raven. Dense enough that 10 feet beyond the clearing, it was shadows. The owner had left a binder of house rules and local recommendations on the kitchen counter. Tucked between pages about Wi-Fi passwords and checkout instructions was a handwritten note warning guests not to leave food outside due to bears. Under that, someone had scribbled in pen that if you hear something screaming in the woods, don't go looking for it. I laughed when I saw it. I assumed it was some joke the owner used to play up the spooky aesthetic. Later that night, I was sitting on the porch under a blanket, enjoying some greenery with a little Bluetooth speaker playing music softly beside me. The night was almost unnaturally quiet, just the wind moving through the leaves. Then every instinct around us stopped at once. Exactly. Exactly, Grimothy. The silence hit so suddenly. And then I heard something, a sound from somewhere deep in the trees. It started almost like an animal call, but then it turned into something like an agonized human. It made every hair on my arm stand up. It sounded wrong, and not scary because it was loud, scary because every instinct in me knew that I was hearing something that I could not identify. Thank you, Peter. Thank you so much. The scream echoed across the hills, and then again, closer, with cute little pigtails. The third scream came from a different direction and not deeper in the woods, to my left and much closer. as if whatever made it was circling. I went inside immediately and I locked every door. I remember trying to rationalize it. A bobcat? A fox? A mountain lion, maybe? Animals can make weird noises. But I've heard all of those animals and none of them sound like what I heard. I barely slept that night. Sometime after midnight, I woke to heavy footsteps moving across the wraparound porch. Boards creaked outside the bedroom window and then stopped. I held my breath. And then came a wet, sniffling sound against the glass, like something was smelling the window. And then I heard claws drag slowly across the pane. I stayed perfectly still until dawn. In the morning, I found muddy tracks around the porch. Not a bear and not a dog. They were canine shaped, but not normal. And this only deepened my curiosity. I had to investigate this further. Just one short walk in broad daylight, just to check out the terrain and see if I notice anything out of the ordinary. The trail wound through dense timber and limestone outcroppings. The kind of forest where visibility drops to nothing after 20 yards. Everything smelled of wet leaves and old stone. I'd been walking maybe 40 minutes when I found the deer. Or what was left of it. Thank you, Disease. Thank you, Trooper. It lay half hidden in the brush off the trail. Its rib cage was torn open and its hindquarters were untouched. The throat had been shredded, but almost no meat had been eaten. It appeared to have been senselessly killed. I turned around immediately, and that's when I heard branches snapping behind me. Something large was moving through the woods and keeping pace. I looked back once and I saw black movement between the trees low to the ground, too large for a coyote and too fluid for a bear. And then it stepped into a beam of sunlight maybe 30 yards off the trail. And that's when I saw it. Its body was shaped roughly like a massive wolf, but with weird proportions. Its front shoulders were too broad and its hind legs were too long. And its spine sloped unnaturally downward like a hyena. Thick black fur hung in clumps across its frame. And its head was oversized and broad-jawed, and on its head was crowned by two curved horn-like protrusions rising from above its ears. Its mouth hung slightly open, and strings of saliva swung from its teeth. And then it screamed. Not howled. It screamed. The sound hit me like a physical blow. Goosebumps immediately covered my body, and I ran. I had never moved that fast in my life. Branches tore at my face and roots caught my boots. Behind, I could hear it crashing through the brush and shrieking in short burst like it was almost excited. I burst from the trail into the cabin clearing, with that thing still behind me. I slammed the door just as something hit it hard enough to shake the frame. Then another impact. Wood splintered near the hinges. Then it circled the house for what felt like hours, throwing itself against the walls and scratching at the windows, screaming from different sides of the cabin as if it was trying to confuse me. At one point, it climbed onto the roof. I could hear claws scraping overhead. And then, silence. Long enough that I thought maybe it had finally left. But then the power went out, and the cabin was plunged into darkness. And from directly outside the living room window, I saw two red eyes, level with mine. I stayed huddled in the bathroom with a kitchen knife and a fireplace poker until sunrise. And the thing was gone by morning. My car, parked beside the cabin, looked like someone had attacked it with an axe. The doors were gouged, the windows were shattered. There were deep claw marks raked across the hood. Police came, search teams came, wildlife officers came. They found tracks, damage. Thank you, brave trooper. Blood from where the creature had cut itself, breaking the car glass. But no animal and no explanation. Officially, they blamed a bear. They always blame a bear. As I waited for the car rental shuttle to come pick me up, I sat down to catch my breath for a minute, and I noticed the cabin's guest book sitting on the coffee table. A woman who described the exact same thing had written an entry from 6 years ago. The screams, the eyes, the clawing at the walls. She claimed that the cabin owner built the property there on purpose. His grandfather had once owned the land, and he believed that the howler didn't just hunt randomly. It returned to places where blood had been spilled. And decades before that cabin was built, a massacre of the local indigenous people had soaked the land with that blood. The local story, according to the note, was that whatever the howler truly is, it's drawn to places where something monstrous has happened. And it comes back again and again. She also described the dozens of deep scratch marks carved into the oak behind the property that I had noticed when I first got there. Layer upon layer, some fresh, some scratches so old the bark had grown around them, as if something had been returning to that tree for generations. Maybe the moral is that some places earn their legends. Some folklore exists because enough people survive the same terror to give it a name. Maybe the Ozarks howler is exactly what old mountain families have always said it was. A thing that manifests when the land is soaked in blood. All I know is this. If you ever find yourself in the Ozarks after dark when the woods go silent, and you hear something screaming in the distance, don't convince yourself it's just a story. Because stories don't leave claw marks that deep. And that's the tale of the Ozarks Howler. Thank you, Pneumastic. Thanks, Jamie. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore, and I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I'm here every single night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 or 1:30 in the morning. I do write and record all of these stories myself, and you can listen to them whenever you would like on my YT channel, as well as all of the podcast streaming sites. Just look for Porch Lore and you will find me. Oh, thanks, Trey. Secret Garden Girl, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Oubliette James. Thanks, Slick. Also, I invite everybody to read my banners. They're on the screen for a reason. They answer a lot of questions, and they're right in front of your face. So please read them as they are literally scrolling past your face. Be like Trey. Trey read them. All right, you guys, I'll be right back with the next poll for us to vote. Thank you, Dr. O. I appreciate that so much. Skrilla. Anyway, I'll be right back with the next poll. And we joke because Trey is literally the only person that's ever read the banners, ever. Most of the Porch Pals came in hot and never read the banner. Trey is literally the first that's why we always say be like Trey, because Trey is the first person that's ever read the fucking banners. So don't worry if you didn't read it, you guys. The 99% of the people in here didn't either. Yep, Trey has taught us all, hey, I read the banner. Nate said, what would Trey do? Spawn Point, welcome back. I'm glad you're here. Oh my god, Jamie, you ordered merch. Yay! Thank you, Jamie. All right, the next poll is ready. And JT, this is for you. The first two stories are alien stories. And JT would like to request that for once, if you guys feel so compelled, vote for the alien stories because they never win. And he's correct. They never win. So the first two are alien stories, and JT is asking the Porch Pals, could y'all please, if you feel like throwing in some votes for the alien stories, we'd love it. All right, guys, you can vote in the top left-hand corner. Good night, Hayden. Sweet dreams. You're going to be fine. Proud of you for being true to yourself. Glad you're here, and I'm glad you spoke up. We love you. Scroll on. No, it's not. Flame, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Oh my God, Jamie, thank you for the Interstellar. And JT, thanks for the goat. That was amazing, Jamie. Thank you so much. That was so cool. Thank you for the generosity. That was so neat. Thank you. JT, thanks for the hearts. And the winner is the Lubbock Lights. I'll be right back with that story. Welcome to the porch. Grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock, sit back and relax, check out the shooting stars, and welcome to the porch. Happy Wednesday. And you guys, I think that is... Oh no, Victoria. Oh no. I'm sorry, Victoria. Next time, head on over to my YT and I think you'll pass out a lot faster. You don't see the blue box, Slick? Don't feel stupid for saying that. A lot of people, it doesn't show up for them. I think it has something to do with updating the app or like swiping out and coming back in. This app is so glitchy. You said you can't see it, like it doesn't show up for you? Because that happens to a lot of people. Hi, Anakin. All right, you guys, I'll be right back with the Lubbock Lights. If you could do me a favor, could you hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner? There is a little yellow circle that says repost, and that puts my live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow this beautiful porch of ours. Also, sharing to your stories and sharing with your friends helps too. And thank you to everybody tapping the screen. We're at over 200K taps. Thank you, Porch Pals. I appreciate it. And I'll be right back with the Lubbock Lights. Turner, sometimes that disappears too. See how glitchy this app is? Ask Venus. Her repost button's been missing for a while. I think it's like when you have to update the app or something. But don't worry, if you just swipe out and come back, sometimes the arrow comes back. It's very weird. But also just sharing to your stories is great too. Turner, I appreciate any help or tapping or anything is very kind. Thank you so much. And guys, don't ever, if you have questions about this app or something's not working or how things work, do not feel stupid asking. This app is so glitchy. It changes every week and we all have no idea what it's ever doing. So we're all figuring this out together and you never have to feel stupid for asking questions. There is not a dumb question. And yes, Justin has all the answers, JT. Yes, Pneumastic, of course. Of course. Almost all of them, I think, go up to 4x or 5x. I'm not positive, but almost all of them, I think. Yeah, Rich. Accepted what CSS? Exactly, Phyllis. It does whatever it wants. Yes, Snarkyarchy, you're correct. Oh, yeah, CSS, it's the worst. You get it. You get it. Hi, what are they talking about? Yeah, snarky-arky, that's true. JT, thanks for the otter. Sandy, thanks for the rose. Straight Sparkles, thanks for the populars and the cozy cryptids. Dinah, thanks for the roses. Submitted for the... Oh, wait, I have to start it over. Just kidding. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the Lubbock Lights. Hi, Sandy in South Africa. Welcome. I'm honored you listen to me while you get ready for work. Gregory, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the porch. It was the summer of 1951, and the small city of Lubbock, Texas, was a quiet, unassuming place nestled in the vast, flat expanse of the South Plains. The town was a patchwork of modest homes, dusty streets, and sprawling cotton fields, where the hum of cicadas and the occasional rumble of a pickup truck were the only sounds to break the stillness of the hot, dry air. Lubbock was a place where everyone knew everyone, where life moved at a leisurely pace, and where the night sky stretched endlessly above a canvas of stars. But that summer, something extraordinary happened. Something that would forever change the lives of those who witnessed it and leave an indelible mark on the history of this unassuming Texas town. It was a phenomenon so strange and so inexplicable that it would spark debates and investigations for decades to come. To understand the Lubbock Lights, you must first understand the people who witnessed them. Lubbock was a town of hard-working, no-nonsense farmers, teachers, engineers, and students. They were people who valued facts over fantasy, who trusted their eyes and their instincts. Among them were 4 college friends, all studying at Texas Technological College, now known as Texas Tech University. Thank you, Slick. There was W.I. Robinson, a geologist, Professor A.G. Berg, a chemical engineer, Dr. George Wilkins, a physicist, and Professor W.L. Ducker, an oil engineer. These men were not the type to believe in flying saucers or little green men. They were scientists, grounded in logic and reason. And then there was Carl Hart, Jr., an 18-year-old freshman at the College of Amateur Photography, with a curious mind and a keen eye for detail. Thank you, Lady Tim. Thank you, Sherry. And then there were the countless other residents of Lubbock. Families sitting on their porches after dinner. Farmers tending to their fields. Children playing in the streets. Raise hail, praise Dale, Grimothy. All of them would soon find themselves staring at the sky in awe and disbelief. It all began on the evening of August 25th, 1951. You like that, Jeff? You can take the girl out of North Carolina. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. The air was warm, carrying that faint scent of freshly cut grass and the distant hum of crickets. Dr. Robinson, Professor Oberg, Dr. Wilkins, and Professor Ducker were sitting in Dr. Robinson's backyard, enjoying a quiet evening of conversation. Hi, Robin. How you doing, cutie? I miss ya. They talked about their work, their families, and the latest news. The Korean War, the growing tensions of the Cold War, and the recent advancements in aviation technology. And as the sky darkened, one of the men glanced up and froze. He pointed to the sky, and the others followed his gaze. And they saw it too. Thanks for the follow, fellow Devin. Hello. It was a formation of glowing lights moving silently across the sky. The lights were arranged in a perfect semicircle, each one a soft bluish green hue like the glow of a firefly, but far more intense. They moved with a precision and speed that defied explanation, gliding effortlessly across the sky before disappearing into the distance. The men were stunned. They had never seen anything like it. They quickly ruled out the possibility of airplanes or birds. The lights were too fast, too silent. Over the next few nights, the lights returned, always in the same formation, and always moving with the same eerie grace. The men began to document their observations, taking notes on the time, direction, and the behavior of the lights. They even tried to calculate their speed and altitude, but the numbers didn't make any sense. Hi, Slappy. Welcome in. We were talking about you earlier. Whatever these lights were, they seemed to defy the laws of physics. Word of the sightings spread quickly through Lubbock. People gathered in their yards, on rooftops, and in open fields, hoping to catch a glimpse of the mysterious lights. Among them was Carl Hart Jr., who had heard the rumors and decided to see for himself. And on the night of August 31st, 1951, Carl stood in his backyard, camera in hand, staring up at the sky. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, dear. He didn't have to wait long, and just after 9 p.m., the lights returned. This time, in a V formation. Carl's heart raced as he raised his camera and began snapping pictures. The lights were moving fast, but he managed to capture several clear shots. When he developed the photos the next day, he was amazed at what he saw. The images showed a series of bright circular lights perfectly aligned and glowing against the dark sky. Carl knew he had captured something extraordinary. Thank you, Shannon. He took the photos to the local newspaper, the Lubbock Avalanche Journal, where they caused a sensation. The images were published on the front page, and soon reporters from across the country were flocking to Lubbock, eager to hear the story of the Lubbock Lights. The sightings attracted the attention of the U.S. Air Force, which was already investigating reports of unidentified flying objects as part of Project Blue Book, the top-secret military program that studied UFOs from 1952 to 1969. Hi, B. No, I'm not AI. Welcome in. Captain Edward J. Ruppelt, the head of the project, traveled to Lubbock to interview the witness and examine Carl Hart's photographs. Ruppelt was a seasoned investigator, a man who had seen his share of large and strange phenomenon. But even he was puzzled by the Lubbock Lights. That's okay, B. People ask all the time. It's not just you. Don't be sorry. Welcome in. He interviewed the 4 professors who described the lights in meticulous detail. They told him about the semicircular formation, the bluish-green glow, and the silent, effortless movements. They were adamant that the lights were not airplanes, not birds, or any known natural phenomenon. Ruppelt also spoke with Carl Hart, who insisted that the photos were genuine and that he had not tampered with them in any way. Despite his best efforts, Ruppelt was unable to explain the Lubbock Lights. He considered various theories such as migrating birds, experimental aircraft, reflecting city lights, even atmospheric phenomenon, but none of them could fully account for what the witnesses had seen that night. Thank you, Slappy. Thank you, Millennials After Dark. In the end, he concluded that the Lubbock Lights were in fact unexplained. To truly immerse yourself in the story of the Lubbock Lights, you must first understand the vibe of the times. The early 1950s were a period of great change and uncertainty. The world was still recovering from the devastation of World War II, and the Cold War was heating up. The threat of nuclear war loomed large, and people were both fascinated and terrified by the rapid advancements in technology. It was an era of flying saucers and science fiction, of the day the Earth stood still and the War of the Worlds. And people were looking to the skies wondering who or what might be out there. Aw, thank you, Slappy, that's so sweet. In Lubbock, the sighting sparked a mix of excitement and unease. Some people were thrilled by the idea of extraterrestrial visitors, but others were deeply unsettled. The local newspaper was flooded with letters and phone calls. Some from people claiming to have seen the lights themselves, others demanding answers. The town became a hub of activity with reporters, investigators, and curious onlookers descending on the city. The Lubbock Lights remains one of the most compelling UFO sightings in history. And despite numerous investigations and theories, no one has been able to definitively explain what the witnesses saw that summer. For the people of Lubbock, the lights were a source of wonder and mystery. Thank you, Jeff. A reminder that even in the most ordinary places, the extraordinary can happen. And that's the tale of the Lubbock Lights. Jamie, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Beauty and the Beast, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Hi, Letta. How are you? Letta, you're so cute, whispering. Eileen, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Jenna, thanks for the follow. Born in the USA. Thanks. And OKKK. I love your name. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the porch. I love that name. OKKK. You're after my own heart. OKKK. I don't know who you are, but I'm following you right now. Love that name. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you, Millennials After Dark. Thank you, JT. JT, did you like your alien story? I'm so glad, Nate. Me too. I love alien stories. Welcome in, everybody. If you're new here, my name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep better. And I'm here every single night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time till about 1 or 1:30 in the morning. Yeah. Trey, yep. Little Scrappy. You know I love Little Scrappy so much. That's exactly, I'm so glad that you know that, Trey. Okay. You can get rough in the club. We don't give a fuck. She don't want no problem. Who? Oh, Erica, that's okay. I love the name. What's up? Love it. Erica Blows Penis. How's it going? Welcome. Did someone like prank you or something? Because I feel like that's hilarious because you can't change your name for a week. So it's kind of funny. Oh, it's adult South Park roleplay server. Okay, Erica. Oh, you lost a bet. I love that. I love it. Well, Erica, you can hang out with us. I don't care how many penises you blow. You're welcome here. We don't judge. We don't judge, girl. Thanks, Jade. Trey, she lost a bet and look at her screen name. Yeah, me neither, lovely. Me neither, girl. Me neither. Hi, Roderick. Welcome in. We were talking about Erica lost a bet, and her screen name is very fun right now. In case you guys didn't know, look at Erica's screen name. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not just randomly saying those words, but... Oh, Phyllis is styling up the heart me. Oh, it wouldn't let you? Why? It's weird. Yeah, do you see it, Roderick? Yeah, she lost a bet and it's so good. Poor Erica. Eric, thank you. Oh my God, Snarky, thanks for the pillow fight. Eric, thanks for the fireworks. All right, guys, you get an extra story tonight. I'll be right back with the next poll. I know, Matt, the spelling is so funny. The spelling is so funny. It really is, Trey, because they don't let you change. They only let you change it once a week. You see it now, Rich? Yeah. Oh yeah, every porch pal is gonna follow her. I was gonna say it's a really smart way to not get banned by spelling it like that. You're a genius, Erica. A genius. All right, you guys, the next poll is ready. We have Route 666. The stillness in the cedars. The fairy trees. The last American vampire. And the overnight delivery. And you can vote in the top left-hand corner. There's a blue box. You can vote for more than one story, and you can vote up to 50 times. We've got Route 666, The Stillness in the Cedars, The Fairy Trees, The Last American Vampire, and The Overnight Delivery. Who's it gonna be? Not Eric with the one pity vote for Skrilla's story. Rich is like, I did. Yeah, Tommy, you just missed it. Boo. We just read it. And it actually got the most votes any story's ever gotten. Jade. Are we sharing straws, Skrilla? Sharing spoons. Oh. Tommy, it got over 600 votes. just for that story. And there were still like a lot, like over 100 for other stories. Which means like everyone jumped in on it. Because JT's never asked for a story ever. And he was like, guys, I really want to hear aliens and the porch pals are the shit. And they were like, you got it, dude. And they stepped up to the plate. And it's amazing. You guys are the best. Yeah, they united for you, JT. I told you they would today on Witchy Wednesday. I was like, if you just ask them, I bet you anything they'll vote for it. And you guys did. Because you guys are the best. All right, and the winner is The Stillness in the Cedars. Lightning. Oh, I love lightning so much. Thank you, Tommy. Wait, what, Skrilla? All right, guys. And Jade will tell you this is how she got a peg leg. Okay? And fun fact about this story. In this story, it used to get read a lot more than it does now. And we always joke about how what I say happens and stuff like that. Because I'm a witch. And I still am not. I'm like Diana in Discovering of Witches. I'm like super powerful, but I don't really know what I'm doing sometimes. So like, I'm getting better. I'm much better than I was last year. But Jade, in the story, I step on her foot and like hurt her ankle and her foot. Yes, Zoe, I love Diana. She's literally like Artemis. You know, Diana and Artemis are in Greek mythology and Roman mythology. They're the protector of animals and witches. Me too, Zoe, me too. And I feel like, yes, it's just very much my shit. Yep. So, anyway, I'm so glad you guys watched that show. I love that. That's like my comfort show. I'm obsessed with that show. It makes me like, I just want to be in that world so badly. I don't want to be in this world. But anyway, I don't belong here. I'm Fae and I'm not supposed to be here. Anyway, so, yes, I love lightning. So anyway, in it, I was reading this story all of the time about hurting Jade's foot and ankle. And then all of a sudden, Jade had like this weird injury out of nowhere. You didn't even hurt yourself, right, Jade? You just like woke up with it, right? And like her ankle and her foot were like completely fucked up. She goes to the doctor and finds out that it's like her Achilles or some... Yeah, I know you're here. I'm telling the story for you. That's why I asked, right, Jade? I know you're here. You didn't hurt yourself, right? You just like woke up with it? Yeah, it started in October, and isn't that when the story came out? And so now, I know. And so now we're like, did we do that? I bewitched you, Whitney, how? Yeah, and so you can see over the river valley. I bet that's gorgeous. Oh my God, with the lightning in the river. Oh my God. So, your Achilles? Wait, but you're not in the story, Whitney. Yes, and so her Achilles and tendonitis and bone spur. And she's blaming it on me writing a story where I step on her foot. Oh, you told us, Whitney? I must have missed the comment. Oh no, Whitney. Skrilla said mass hysteria. Slick, yes, I am. I actually am related to, I am a daughter of Salem. I am actually related to one of the accused witches of Salem. And my family goes back to the Fife witches in Scotland. Those are the ones that William Shakespeare wrote the Weird Sisters about. So I come from like OG witches. Yeah, lovely sympathy pains. Sympathy pains. Yes, Jade, it is very powerful. And not always sure that I'm doing it. And I'm like, whoops. Like, I'm not even going to lie. One time, it's amazing history. So, like, my family goes back. It's just incredible. But one time my first time I made a vision board. I'm not even kidding. The first time I made, yeah, guess what? They all fall under the same thing, Tiffany. They're all under the same, that, like you guys call them witches. It's a very broad term. Like, it's not the people with the pointy hats. It's a very broad term. Because guess what? Witches are still fae. So are sirens. So are selkies. So are succubus. Skrilla. Skrilla, that's one of your best comments you've made. But one time, I literally made my very first ever vision board. Okay. And I just guess I didn't put the right intent. Like, I didn't put enough concentration to it or some shit. But everything on that damn vision board came true within the next 6 months, but like not the way I wanted it to. And I have never experienced something like it. Was unreal. I almost wanted to like rip it. I was like, what is happening? And so I was like, I'm never doing one of these again until I actually know how to do this better. Actually, banshees aren't the worst. They're just sad. And succubuses, it depends. Justin said, I have wondered if Skrilla's AI. Whitney said same. Whitney, you're so cute. Whitney says the funniest things. Okay, be right back with Jade's peg leg that I did not give her. Banshees are heartbroken. And you know why they don't shut up? Because everybody made them shut up in life. And they're like, you're not going to silence me anymore, asshole. Rich, that's a good one. He said Erica lost a bet. Now she's a succubus. All right, guys. Feel free to grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock, sit back and relax, check out the shooting stars, and welcome to the porch. I will be right back with The Stillness in the Cedars featuring Jade. Good night, lovely. Sweet dreams. Love you. Yes, Avril, I loved it. Thank you. Thank you, Slick. JT, I love that I can put your puppy to sleep. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the stillness in the cedars. Good night, Tiffany. Sweet dreams. I grew up thinking I knew what silence sounded like. It was the hush that followed snowfall, or the way the woods paused at dusk before the crickets began. But the silence I met in the Oregon Coast Range wasn't peace. It felt like something was always watching. I came there late in the season, chasing the remains of a vanished town called Brookmere, a place wiped from the maps after a landslide in 1924. My research was on forgotten logging camps and how they disappeared and what they left behind. The archives had one photograph, a dozen men in suspenders standing beside a cedar as wide as a boxcar. Behind them, the forest was already trying to swallow the mill. My good friend Jade lives outside Portland, so she decided to meet up with me for an adventure. And we hit the road. The Oregon Coast Range has a smell that never leaves your clothes. The scent of wet bark, rust, and salt from the Pacific, pushing through every crack in the mountains. It rains there in ways that erase boundaries. And after 3 days in, every step squelched. The trail, if you could call it that, was a faded survey line. Jade told me that the old loggers had a legend in these parts. They call it the hide behind. A creature that lived in the cedars, always out of sight, feeding on men who strayed too far from camp. They said it moved faster than the human eye could track. It would slip behind the nearest trunk each time you would turn. It left no tracks, no bones, only an absence that smelled like rot and sawdust. We told ourselves it was probably just folklore born of too many nights with too much whiskey. But once we were in that dripping green labyrinth, I caught myself glancing behind every few steps. By the 4th day, the rain turned violent. The temperature dropped to 20 degrees in an hour, and the wind came up the gorge like a freight train. You guys, my baby spider's on my microphone again. Oh my God. He loves me. I can't believe it. Jade and I agree that we couldn't make it back to the car before dark. Our map showed a firewatch cabin built in the 1930s, a mile off the trail near a ridge. If it was still standing, it would most likely be dry. So we followed the map, desperate for shelter. The hike there felt wrong. The forest wasn't swaying with the wind, it was bracing against it. This baby spider is so funny. It's like obsessed with me, I swear to God. It's trying to climb on me. The cedars leaned inward, their crowns knitting into a ceiling that blocked out the gray sky. Moss hung like soaked wool, and every gust brought down needles in sheets. When we finally saw the cabin, it barely looked like a structure. It's just a shadow of timbers and the roof sagging under years of rain. Jade pushed the swollen door open. The roof inside smelled of mildew and cold ash. Someone had left a rusted stove, bunk beds, and a shelf of water-swollen logbooks. The roof leaked, but only in a few thin streams. I lit a small lantern from my pack and I spread out my sleeping bag on the top bunk. The rain on the roof was a steady roar. We decided we would just stay the night and we could hike back down at dawn. And that was when we heard the first knock. Not thunder, not a branch, it was a deliberate tap near the back wall, like knuckles on wood. We froze, waiting for a second, but nothing. And then the wind rose again, and we both decided it must have just been a branch shifting. But an hour later came another sound. Footsteps, soft but heavy, circling the cabin. I held my breath. There shouldn't have been anyone out there. The nearest road was 10 miles away. The steps stopped at the door. I killed the lantern. And the rain went on, louder now, until the roof rattled. My ears rang from the pressure of listening. We laid in our bunks, frozen and terrified in the dark. When nothing else happened, we must have dozed off. And then at some point, deep into the night, a crash jolted both of us awake. Thank you, JT. Thank you, Michelle. Thanks, Night Rabbit. Jade screamed and we both looked at the back window, which had burst inward. Shards of glass glittered on the floor in the lantern light. Wind poured through, carrying cedar needles and the smell of rot. There was something stuck in the frame. A strip of bark peeled as thin as skin and curled inward like a hand. It must have just blown loose from a tree. I told myself anything to try to stay calm enough to pack up my gear. Yeah, the hidebind didn't care. We snuggled and he didn't care. But when I turned to grab my jacket, Jade was frozen in terror, staring at what appeared to be wet footprints on the floorboards, leading from the window toward the door, bare and way too long. They stopped halfway across the room. We looked at each other and we bolted. Good night, Jamie. Love you. We'll see you tomorrow. Sweet dreams. Outside, the storm had eased into a thick mist that moved between the trees. Our headlamps caught only the trunks, endless and slick. Every time I looked left or right, there was motion at the edge of my sight. Something shifting just beyond our beams of light. I began counting steps to keep from panicking, and that was when I realized the forest had gone completely still. Hi, Gemini. No rain, no wind, no insects. The silence pressed so hard my eardrums pulsed. And then the smell hit. Wet cedar and iron. Ahead, a hollow opened in the trees where the fog pooled like water. We should have turned around, but some instinct pulled us forward. In the clearing stood the remains of Brookmere. Only the sawmill's foundation survived, stones half buried with moss. The rest, mere outlines, mounds where cabins once stood. Rusted saw blades blooming with lichen. In the center rose a single cedar stump taller than me, its heart split by lightning, and something moved behind it. I saw only a flash. It was pale with smooth flesh, and then it was gone behind the trunk. The air trembled with a faint vibration like a breath sucked through wood. I stepped back, accidentally stepping onto Jade's foot. We both screamed. We were both on edge. Another flash, this time on the opposite side. The thing was circling us, but staying hidden. Jade looked at me with growing concern and stuttered, I think it's the hide behind. The story said if you caught it in full view, it killed you. Maybe that was superstition, maybe not. But neither of us wanted to test it out. So we just turned and ran, as fast as we could without tripping. The forest didn't seem to have directions anymore. Each trunk looked the same. The mist folded sound so our own footsteps sounded like they came from everywhere. Then I ran until my lungs burned, and then I stumbled into another clearing, smaller, ringed with fallen logs. At the center stood an old logging skid, chains still wrapped around a buried axle. And hanging from one chain was a shape I thought was canvas until it moved. It was a coat, a human coat rotted through, the fabric stiff with age, and beneath it gleamed bone. My stomach turned. Someone had died here, long ago, left hanging when the crew fled the landslide. The bones clattered softly as the wind returned. I felt the silence break open behind me, and I didn't even have to look. I knew it was there. I caught a glimpse over my shoulder. An arm, elongated and jointless, sliding back behind a trunk. Every instinct said to run downhill. Water finds the road, and the road would find us safety. We barreled through the undergrowth until we saw the faint glow of my car's reflectors through the fog. The shape behind us moved in rhythm with our motion, each time vanishing as I turned around. When we reached the car, I didn't stop to look back. We piled into the car and we were off. I drove until daylight hit the windshield. Thank you, Sherry. When we finally reached the ranger station, the man on duty stared when we handed over the coordinates. He told us that the fire watch cabin had collapsed 10 years ago, and the road beyond had been closed since the landslide. He must have seen my hand shaking because he poured us some coffee and asked us what we had seen. We told him nothing, just a bad storm. But Jade glanced down at her sleeve and there was a smear of sap across the fabric. Not amber or pine, but black and thick. That night we stayed in a motel just outside of Tillamook, and we woke to the smell of cedar. And then suddenly, we heard the faint sound of knuckles on wood. And that's the tale of stillness in the stillness in the cedars. Sorry. Thank you for the follow, K-Heart. Welcome to the porch. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I'm here every single night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning. Sometimes later, like right now, 1:45. I do write and record all of these stories myself, and you can listen to them whenever you would like on my YT channel, as well as all of the podcast streaming sites. Hi, Mary. Just look for Porch Lore and you'll find me. Also, all the links are in my bio. And on my YT page, I do have a bedtime stories playlist under the playlist tab, and it has all of these stories there. You can hit shuffle or play all and you'll be passed out by like the second one. And now it is grilled cheese time, everybody. And if you're new here, by the way, Kendi, thank you for the love. By the way, if you're new here, and Sherry and Eric and JT, thank you guys. If you're new here, we end every live with this story because it's everybody's favorite, and they continued to request this story over and over again, and they didn't want me to end the live until I read this story. So we end every live with this one. It is beloved. We have characters that we love in it. I have an entire section of my merch store dedicated to this story. So sit back and relax. Thank you, Michelle. It's so cute. And Sherry, thanks for the corgi. If you guys like grilled cheese, highly recommend making one. You will regret it because you will be craving it after this story. And okay, Avril, no problem. Carol, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the porch. And if you guys are enjoying yourselves here on the porch tonight, don't forget to follow me so that if you fall off the porch, you can find us again. And I'll be right back with the tale of the night shift at Sycamore Diner. Gabby, thanks for the follow. Did you, Diana? I love that. Goat man, let me look for your joke. Where was it? Let me see. 6:30 is the best time on a clock, hands down. That's good, goat man. It's so stupid. I love it. Hands down. I'm sorry I missed it, goat man. That was so funny. We all just missed it. You need to start putting your jokes in caps. I'm gonna start using that one, goat man. That's such a good dad joke. Hi, Artem. Guys on YT, Goatman made a joke. It's really funny. I want to share it with you guys. He said 6:30 is the best time on the clock, hands down. Crazy Lisa. Oh my God. I don't. Wait. When's the. Wait, I don't get it. Oh, 2:30. Wait, I don't get it. Oh, tooth 30. That's funny too, Lisa. I know. I'll use it too. I love the joke. Lisa said, when's the best time to go to the dentist? Tooth 30. Tooth hurty. I get it. Tooth hurty. My tooth hurty. I love you, Susie. Have a great day. These are both good, guys. These are both real. This is good work. Nice work. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the night shift at Sycamore Diner. We do have some zingers in the chat tonight. I wish I had some zingers in my mouth right now because I love zingers. Yum. I knew that was coming, Skrilla. I'm not usually the kind of person who pulls over on back roads at night. Not unless I absolutely have to. Good one, Fairy Witch. But that night, something about the storm, the long drive, and that growling pit in my stomach convince me otherwise. I was hungry. It was late October and I was headed back to campus after a weekend visit with my friends in North Carolina. I had a midterm on Monday and my plan had been to drive straight through. 5 hours, no stops. But then came the rain. One of those cold, slanted, whispery rains that creeps into your bones and makes the windshield wipers sound like a heartbeat. Jade with the overpinning, dude. I had taken the wrong exit trying to bypass traffic, and I ended up on a 2-lane back road, surrounded by nothing but pine trees and power lines. I know, Sherry makes the story so much more fun. And that's when I saw the neon sign. SYCAMRE Diner. The O in Sycamore looked like it hadn't worked right in years. And the rest was lit up in a cherry red neon. The tiny beacon in the middle of nowhere. She is just... Sherry really is. Sherry's like the hype person in a rap song who's like, that's right, she did it, and that's facts. That's Sherry. She's my hype woman for this story, and I'm obsessed. I figured I'd grab a quick bite, maybe some coffee, check my map, and get back on the highway. She is, Susie. She really is. But I should have just kept driving. I should have known something was off the second I stepped inside. The bell over the door jingled, but not like a normal bell. See, she's like, red flags! It made this sharp metallic ping that echoed longer than it should have. There's the red flag! The air inside was warm, almost too warm. It smelled like grilled onions and pancake syrup. I know everybody tries to recreate it when Sherry's gone. The place looked like it had been yanked straight from 1957. A checkerboard floor, a red vinyl booths, a long counter with spinning stools, even a jukebox in the corner that looked like it hadn't worked in decades. And the people? They all stopped and looked at me the second I walked in. Not in a rude way, just quiet. Like I'd walked into the middle of a sentence that no one wanted to finish. Yes, thank you so much for the likes, Susie. So almost 300K. A waitress, tall with a beehive hairdo and a light blue uniform, smiled and waved me over. You get caught in the rain, sweetheart, she said, handing me a laminated menu. I nodded, still trying to shake off that weird feeling. Yeah, the highway's a mess. Look at Goatman using his superfan stickers. I nodded, still trying to shake off that weird feeling. Yeah, the highway's a mess. She chuckled and patted my shoulder. Well, you're safe here. Sycamore's always open for travelers. Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Rachel. I sat down at a corner booth. The vinyl creaked, and I remember the jukebox shifted songs by itself and started playing some slow doo-wop ballad that I didn't recognize. I looked around and everyone looked normal, sort of. There was a trucker with a thick gray beard drinking coffee at the counter. A couple whispering to each other in a booth by the jukebox. And an older woman stirring tea like she was lost in thought. The song was Rain and Fire. I love that Goatman. But they all had this same look in their eyes, like they were there, but also somewhere else, like they were watching me out of the corner of their eyes, even when they were looking down. The waitress came back with coffee, Strong, hot, and surprisingly good. And I ordered a grilled cheese with fries. Simple, safe. She wrote it down with one of those clicky pens and said, "Don't worry, it's on the house tonight." And that was my second red flag. There's Sherry. Red flag! No diner just gives food away. While I waited, I took out my phone to check the map. Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Whitney. No signal, and I mean nothing. No bars, no Wi-Fi, not even GPS. Just a blank screen with a spinning wheel. Fairy Witch, look at Matt's bio. Click on his profile and look. Go look at it, and you'll get it. Then you'll understand why everybody says that. Thank you, dear grown kids. Thank you. It's so cute. He's so cute. I glanced out the foggy window, and the storm was still going. But now, the wind had picked up. I could see the power lines swaying like jump ropes in the dark. But the diner stayed perfectly lit. Not even a flicker. The food came fast. Too fast, like under 5 minutes, but it looked amazing. Golden bread, gooey cheese, crispy fries with a little metal cup of ketchup on the side. See, this is Sherry. Crispy fries, that's right. Metal ketchup. I took a bite. Delicious. I mean, I've eaten at a lot of diners, greasy spoons, college joints, and roadside shacks, but this is hands down the best grilled cheese I've ever had. The fries were perfect and the coffee never ran out. Every time I took a sip, it was somehow full again. She's like, "Yep, best grilled cheese." I was halfway through the sandwich when the trucker got up to leave. He walked right past my table, nodded once and whispered, "Don't stay past midnight." That's all he said. What? But he was already out the door. The waitress gave me a tight smile and walked over collecting his empty mug. Old Earl, he's always saying weird stuff, just ignore him. But I couldn't. Something about his voice stuck with me. Something about the way he looked at me. Not like I was a customer, but like I was in danger. Sherry, you in danger, girl. I checked the clock over the register. 11:42. It's 11:42. I figured I had just enough time to finish my fries, grab the check and head out. I still had at least 3 hours left on the road. Yeah, she's like mystical. I love it so much. I still had at least 3 hours left on the road. But when I stood up, the lights flickered. Just once, and then again. And then everything in the diner stopped moving. The couple by the jukebox froze mid-sentence. The woman with the tea stopped stirring. I'm glad Fairy Witch. We love Sherry. I love Sherry so much. I had to give her shout outs tonight. I thought it'd be a fun change. The woman with the tea stopped stirring, her spoon hanging in midair. The waitress, her hand reached out for a mug, just stopped. Like someone hit pause on the entire scene. Skrilla. I took a step back and the jukebox buzzed, glitched, and restarted a new track. I could still move. but no one else could. Oh, thanks, Susie. And then I heard it. Buzz glitched and restarted. Not music, not a storm, a voice, not coming from anyone I could see. Just a whisper that seemed to echo from the walls themselves. I backed toward the door, my heart hammering in my chest. And I turned the knob. She's almost here. If you know, you know. Locked, of course locked. I tried the windows, but they were sealed shut. Thank you, Mickey. I started banging on the glass and shouting, but no one was outside, just wind and rain. And that flickering red sign. SYCAMRE. I turned back toward the dining room, and everyone was gone. Not frozen anymore, just gone. I ran out of breath? What are you talking about? I did not run out of breath. Not frozen anymore, just gone. The booths were empty. No plates, no crumbs, no mugs. No sign that anyone had ever even been there. Except for my plate. Still warm and still half eaten. Hi, Mickey. Welcome to the porch. And then I saw the waitress. She was standing by the kitchen doors, her silhouette backlit by flickering fluorescent light. Her face was wrong. The same smile, but her eyes were empty, black and endless, like someone had painted over them. By the way, Matt, I did finish it one night and you weren't here. I'm never doing it again. You shouldn't be here, honey, she said in that same cheerful voice. Not yet. I stumbled, knocking over a chair as she took one slow step toward me. The others, they were waiting. But you just wandered in. She raised a hand and the walls began to shimmer. Literally shimmer. Like heat waves on asphalt. The checkered floor rippled, and the red booths started to fade, becoming outlines and then shadows, and then nothing. And then I saw it, underneath the illusion. It was charred wood, cracked tile, broken beams, and black soot. Like the diner had burned down long ago. I ran. I don't even remember how I got out. 1 second I was inside, and the next I was on the side of the road, soaked to the bone and gasping for air. My car was still there, pulled up with the ceiling missing, parked on gravel that didn't even look like a lot anymore. Just weeds and puddles. Thanks, Sherry. No neon sign, no glowing windows, just nothing. I drove back to campus that night in silence. No 2 Chainz, no Porch Lore podcast. No Porch Lore podcast? I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that red neon flicker back to life. I didn't tell anyone, not for weeks. Not until I finally looked up Sycamore Diner on a local history site, and I found it. Burned to the ground in 1972. A gas leak. The whole place went up at midnight, and everyone inside was killed. Five patrons, a waitress, and a cook. Thank you, dear grown kids. Thank you, Nate. The photo in the article. The same checkerboard floor. The same red booths. The same neon sign. SYCAMORE. And in the corner of the photo, that same waitress, smiling. I never took that back road again. I don't even drive at night anymore. And every time I see a neon diner sign, something in me flinches just a little, because I know I was there, and I know I wasn't supposed to be. But the part that keeps me up sometimes, the part that really makes my stomach turn, that was the best damn grilled cheese I've ever had. And I didn't even pay for it. And that's the tale of the night shift at Sycamore Diner. And Mickey, thank you, and you are in luck, because you can listen to me forever. I have all of my stories recorded on my YT channel, as well as all of my lives. So you can listen to it whenever you want, and you can fall asleep to it whenever you would like. Just look for Porch Lore on my YT channel, as well as all of the podcast streaming sites. All the links are in my bio. I love you, Sherry. And thank you, Porch Pals, for spending your Wednesday evening with me. Thank you, Susie. Thank you, Thomas. And thank you to those of you who hung out with me today on Witchy Wednesday during the day as well. I love you guys very much. I'm so grateful for our beautiful community. If you had fun tonight, don't forget to give me a follow, so if you fall off the porch, you can find us again. And I will see you guys again tomorrow, same time, same place, 10 p.m. Thank you, oh so very ordinary. Good night. 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I hope you guys get some good sleep. And if you can't sleep, head on over to my YT channel. I have a playlist over there called Bedtime Stories. You said a cheer? Damn it, I missed it, Goat Man. Damn it. Say it again, please. Mickey said I'm prepared to give my life. You didn't even follow me, Mickey. How about you follow me first? You don't have to give your life. There's a playlist called Bedtime Stories, and you can you can hit shuffle or play all, and you'll be asleep by like the second one. So, sweet dreams, my porch pals, and don't forget, stay spooky.